Straightaway street.
I said something.
Yeah.
Noah.
Hey, we're loud.
Noah. That's how we're gonna play.
Yeah.
We stop my
Hey, mình mà ra rồi.
save the voice for tomorrow.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
J. On it.
Are you ready to go closer?
Is that okay to come?
You can bring it here.
Hey, we're on the TV.
Did it? What's the news tonight? So like I said, you know when you came today,
Oh,
everything just went
straight away. That's why our band's name is Straightaway Strings.
You know?
We can hear you.
Oh, hey. Yeah, shut it. Shut it.
I think I'm
All right, now.
She probably had to leave early. So she'll be coming on. I just finished the trials and I'm afraid about flight tonight. So they can start to 10.
Okay. Okay.
Seriously, to get a bank.
Oh yeah, I gave it.
What is it?
Straightaway Strings. Yeah, I gave it to the MC.
Oh, yeah, to Felicia.
Yeah. Straightaway Strings. Hey, my mic is loud.
Mama bought it for us.
Oh, you? Morning, Uncle. Morning.
Morning.
Oi.
Uncle, you're back at the loud. I think this one close to you.
Are we supposed to be playing? Hey, hey. Oh, no. Hey, there you go. Yeah, you leave.
I don't know. Mina.
Well, oh yeah. Ini ako.
Yeah, home. Saturday home.
Fast.
No. Same beat.
Whakalo whalahi atu ki mtoru o si he pungpungine. Good morning, everybody. Acknowledging each and every one of you for the energy, the spirit, the courage, the love, and the amazing things that you bring into this room this morning. Also acknowledging the cultures, the languages, and the traditions that you extend and descend from. My name is Felicia Brown-Acton. I am here humbly and privileged to be your host this morning. Good morning. It's good to see you. So I'm going to start off the day with a bit of a reflection from yesterday, just to sort of go over day one. Yesterday was about coming together and connecting and seeing each other because, you know, we've all been kind of away from one another physically. So it was a beautiful day of reconnecting with people. It was also an awesome day listening to panelists talk about things that they have been up to and offering contributions and insights to the things that have been up to. But today's a little bit different. Day two is not so much about the niceties. And you're probably wondering, why is Felicia Brown-Acton hosting day two? I'm probably the most boringest person in the world, but that's okay. But I'm also known for being a voice, for standing in truth and power and advocating for some of the most marginalized, invisible and voiceless peoples, in particularly the Pasifika, MVP, FAF+, Rainbow, LGBTQ communities that I have served for over 27 years. I have traveled the world, I have spoken to leaders, some of them often on deaf ears, but I know what it takes to get the message across, and I think today is a lot about that. It's about being unapologetic, it's about being authentic, and it's about speaking your truth. So to start the day off, because we were blessed by our beautiful mamas and papas yesterday with their beautiful himene and words of divine inspiration from our religious leaders. But this morning we're going to kick it off with something different, and I'm going to invite Whetu Whala to start us in an exercise of ha.
Morena whānau. Today we're going to breathe together because that's the basis of how you find your voice. And this hood is about us finding our voice. So I'd like all our performing artists, Sepa, Susanna, Tanya, Ali, Paul, please stand and identify yourselves, please? E tu whānau, our performing artists. Okay, whānau, I want you, here we come here. Look at these people. These people have dedicated their lives to using their ha to express their creative mahi. Ka pai whānau? So during this day, when you find that you are losing patience with each other, when you think that what you have to say is all important and you need help with your ha, these are our experts. Ka pai whānau? Okay, here we go. Now, up to you. Pati, Robin, those of you who cannot stand, please stay seated. For those of you who can, e tu whānau. Make some space, make some space. Your heart is important. Your voice needs to be heard. It's very simple, whānau. We are going to breathe through the nose to the count of lima, rima, 5, and then we are going to breathe out. And we're going to do this 3 times. Why 3? That's the magic number. It's the only number that we as people can recognise without even thinking. Ka pai whānau? So when you get to that point, if you're pele, if you're rua moko, this is what we do. Ka pai. Ha ki roto, tasi, lua, tolu, wha, lima. Ha ki wa'o, tai, rua, toru, wha, rima. Me mahi pēnei. Ha anoa. Ha ki roto, tasi, lua, tolu, wha, lima. Ha ki wa'o, tahi, rua, toru, wha, rima. Okay, whānau, this is not your last chance, but this is the last breath that we take together this morning. Make it a good one, make it count. Ha ki roto, tahi, rua, toru, wha, rima. Ha ki wa'o, tasi, lua, tolu, wha, lima. Chahoo!
Thank you so much, Futu and CNZ staff, for that beautiful reminder of taking a moment out for ourselves and taking care of each other. And it was a big reminder to me this morning when I fell over in the shower and realized, gosh, you're taking on so much, you've got to look after yourself. So to add on that, I just want you to put both your arms up in the air, and I want you to bring them back down and wrap them around yourself and give yourself a big, loving hug. Because you deserve that. You deserve that love. And it's a reminder, take care of yourselves, yeah? And that is absolutely what today is about. It's about being bold. It's about being honest. It's about being truthful. It's about demanding the things that you need. But it is also about taking care of one another throughout this process today. So I'm just going to give you a brief overview of the program today. Straight concluding this, we're going to have the Global Moana panel. There's going to be an intro panel which is going to speak specifically about the next year of the Pacific Arts Strategy from 2023 to 2028. There's going to be breakout sessions, and all of those breakout sessions, 5 of them will be happening in here. There'll also be one downstairs for our disability communities, and there'll also be a Zono online for those to contribute. Just be reminded that I know that some of you are probably thinking not all of us are here in the room today, but it's important to remember there are other ways to submit your contributions or to encourage others to submit their contributions to help inform the strategy. Why is the strategy important? Because if we're thinking about money and if we're thinking about your livelihoods and the lifelines that contribute to the survival of the arts and also your amazing creative platforms, how do we shift that $9 million to $90 million, right? And then we will have obviously iputi and wellbeing breaks throughout the day. The breakout groups will focus, the first being on tangata and va. The second breakout will be on va. The first will be tangata and vaka. the second will be Va, and the third will be focused on Moana. We have a beautiful island, buffet island lunch, and they heard your cause yesterday to why was the food constantly be removing. So if you haven't eaten food, food will be left out for you to just continue grazing. So get up, go get food when you need to, and it will still be there throughout the day. And then we will have opportunity for facilitators to report back and speak about the things that were raised within your respective breakout rooms. And quick reflections where there will be an open mic opportunity, followed by afternoon tea, summary and reflections by the Arts Council, and we'll be finished roughly about 4, which will be then concluded by a beautiful time together down at Max. Who went to the bar last night? Yeah, it was all good? Lots of fun drinks. Well, you'll be having the same thing tonight, drinks and nibbles at Max Brew Bar after today concludes. So that's an overview of the program. I want you to encourage you to hold on to your programs, because in your programs there's information about the breakout sessions. They'll also be beamed up on the screen for you, so when you do get into your breakout sessions, focus on the specific questions that are being asked, yeah, to help you guide you along. I'm going to invite back up onto the stage members of the Arts Council who just want to offer their words of encouraging you to be bold, courageous, honest, and truthful this morning. Okay, we're going to the Global Moana panel first, and I'm going to invite Ali Fuai up, who is going to be facilitating this morning's panel.
Thank you, Felicia. Atamarie, everyone. Good morning. My name is Ali Fuai. I'll be facilitating this panel this morning. It's the hashtag Global Moana panel. I'd just like to introduce my guests on stage. We have the wonderful Alicia Hete-Wilson joining us. Pasi mai. We have the beautiful Ani O'Neill, the incomparable Sefa Inari, and the beautiful Sione Monu. Welcome. Whakalofalahi atu to our guests this morning. Today we'll be talking about hashtag Global Moana, which can be in many forms. It can be international, working internationally. It can be through the internet, through film, television, social media. So our Global Moana reaches right around the whole wide world. So we'll just start off with letting the panel introduce themselves and what their art practice is. We'll start with Alicia.
Whakalofalahi atu. My name is Alicia Wilson-Hete. I am of mixed heritage. My dad is Niuean, and we come from Avasele and Tamakotonga, and my mum is English, Irish, Welsh, a bit of a mixture there. I am an interdisciplinary artist and a part of queer arts collective FAFSWAG. I wear many other hats as well, so currently I am a creative catalyst at Te Taumata Tuiaiwi, which is the Auckland Regional Arts Trust, and have moved into that space from being the first creative director for Auckland Pride. So that's me. Good morning.
Beautiful, thank you. Ani O'Neill?
Kia ora ana tātou kātoto. Kia ora ana. Kia ora ana. I'm from Auckland, born in Auckland, to a Cook Island mom and a Irish dad, from County Cork in Ireland. My Pacific heritage comes through Rarotonga, but really we've got Rarotonga, Mangaya, Atitaki, and then we've got Samoan, Chinese, Scottish and English and Chinese on our Cook Island side as well. So I feel like I'm the fruit salad that we all are, some of us, and my mum married a fruiterer, so he, so anyway, we have a fruit shop in the family. I'm an artist. I grew up in a very creative family. My grandmother taught me a lot of the things that I know, including eikatsu, which was so beautifully, we got to make yesterday with the mamas over there. So I've learnt a lot through my grandmother, through making as an artist, and I've just taken that all the way through art school to the world. But my other home is in Rarotonga. I lived there for 13, 14 years, and just recently came back to Aotearoa. So, yeah, I'm a big artist. I'm part of the Pacific Sisters family, and I've been part of many collectives, including the Pacific Theatre with Sefa back in the day. I'm just really proud to be here and thankful.
Me taki mata.
Passing it on. Kia ora.
Thank you, honey. Over to you, Sefa.
Malo soifua manuia, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Sefa. Thanks for having me, Ali. So a little bit about me. I left school at 18 and I went to dance school. I'm 55 now, and I've done nothing but dance my whole life. I'm one of those privileged artists. I had lots of really amazing opportunities in my life. I live in Auckland. I run an organisation called Pacific Dance New Zealand. We started with a $32,000 grant 14 years ago, and we grew that to $1 million and plus. We went from a small event in South Auckland and Mangere, and now we work across Australia, the Pacific, and across New Zealand. I am one of those very privileged artists. Yesterday there was lots of people that were children of the strategy, but I guess I must be a grandparent of that.
Matua.
Yeah. Hopefully I can add to the conversation here this morning. Thank you so much, CNZ, for bringing me down. And I just want to shout out to all the artists out there that I get to work with, that I have the privilege to work with. They're all sitting out there, especially the heritage artists, the artists in residence from Niue, my friends from the Barnabans, the Tuvaluans out there, who make my job just a delight, just a pleasure. Also, I want to shout out to Lavinia, who's out there. Hopefully I have something to add to this conversation.
Malo lava.
Tēnā koutou.
Thank you, Sefa. I'll move over to Sione Monu.
Hi, my name's Sione Toivailala Monu. My mom and dad are Tongan, and there's a random Tasmanian man, Australian, in there somewhere, but mostly Tongan. I was born in Auckland, and then we moved to Australia, and I grew up in Australia, and then I moved here 8 years ago when I turned 20. To be an artist, I was failing at art school in Australia, so I dropped out to try and do it here, and it turned out all right, I think. Right now, I'm an interdisciplinary artist, and I work out of Whike Fortress, Coco's, in Onehanga, and I have a studio there, but we also have a animation studio with Tuki and Coco, and we animate projects at the moment,
Malo Albito, thank you so much for everyone for introducing yourselves. Now, I just want to open with a question to all of you. We'll go down the line again. And it's basically, how have you been over the last few years, and what have you been up to internationally in some of your projects? It's been a rough few years for everyone as artists, and just wanting to check in to see how you've been.
Are we still got, okay? Me? Yeah. Okay, cool. Tired. perpetual state of being, I think. And also, yeah, I think it's been a really challenging time for artists and everyone, really, as we've had to navigate a pandemic and what in my house we're calling the Hunger Games, so welcome from District 9. I have been doing a lot of different things. FastWag have been doing a lot of really cool work overseas, which has been exciting, and having the ability to connect with an international community of queer practitioners has been beautiful. I think that's mostly what we've been doing, and then the kind of mahi that I've been doing within my, I guess, leadership role within the arts, working at Pride and trying to figure out how can we make our local Pride landscape, how do we connect that to an international family, because it is an international family. So yeah, that's how I've been, mostly tired, but good, I think. Yeah.
It's interesting because when lockdown first happened, I was actually in Rarotonga, and in the Cook Islands, basically we shut down the borders to protect everyone in the island and our out islands. It meant that when all the tourists left, or most of them, some stayed on, but when all the tourists left, there was just local people. We were very kind of, in some ways, happy to be protected. We got a lot of housework done, a lot of cleaning, a lot of gardening, a lot of planting, a lot of reassessing, and it was actually a beautiful time. But then, of course, you know, you're sort of sitting there, and for us, luckily, the COVID funding that came through from Creative New Zealand actually sort of extended throughout the Pacific. So Pacific Sisters, as a group that I belong to, we came up with a kind of an online sort of way of working, and a project where I think it was 12 of us, or 10 of us, I can't remember now, actually did sort of small research projects in wherever we were. And so I was in Rarotonga, my uncle Henry Taripo was part of that project too, and so we each had time to create work and then present it through a Facebook page, our Pacific Sisters Facebook page, where we took a week each to kind of present our findings for research into kind of our own personal mahi. So yeah, COVID was kind of pretty good on that level, you know. Then, yeah, I mean, you felt like you were reaching out to each other over the ocean, but also through the social media kind of page, we were sort of reaching out over to everyone in the world. But yeah, how did I feel? Pretty kind of lonely. You know, safe but lonely. So we came back to Aotearoa, and I've been here for 2 years now. And things kind of still carrying on from that work that we did. So Pacific Sisters then took that. We actually made work that went to the Hawaii Triennial, which was just at the beginning of this year, again through lockdown, and with Pati Solomona Tyrell taking our photographs, these large portraits that were presented in the Hawaii Triennial at the Bishop Museum. And then there's an AR component to that, so, you know, like, again, it's sort of accessible online, people can actually see the exhibition. But again, it's kind of like we didn't get to see the work, so again, we're sort of separated from the reality of this work that we've made. And it's only until, that work is actually coming down to Ototahi in November for the Scape Festival. So we actually physically get to sort of see the work that we made and stand in front of it and interact with it. So yeah, I think that kind of sense of connection and disconnection is really real.
Meitaki, that's wonderful. I love how you said reaching out into the Pacific, and it's wonderful we get to, we'll be able to have the opportunity to see the work in Ototahi. Wonderful, thank you, Ani. Sefa.
So when we went into lockdown, we had all these programs going. We were meant to be traveling. We were going to go to the Pacific. We were going to go to Asia. And then lockdown happened. And it was just out of it, because you work so many years to get to a stage where you do that, you know, you live that dream out, and then that happened. Now, as it happened, I got my MNZM on the month we went into lockdown, and I thought it was a fucking joke. I thought my mates had played a big prank on me and emailed me. It was the most loneliest celebration I ever had. You know, and I honestly thought my mates were playing a prank on me, because everyone was locked down, and then I get this fucking email that I got this thing, and I'm like, you're sort of sitting at home alone with everybody else in the globe, and you realize you've worked so hard in your life to get to a certain point, and then when that happens, I still thought it was a joke. And I remember calling my family in Australia. I mean, I have no family in New Zealand. My parents have died, and I have no brothers and sisters here. And I remember calling them like, you're not going to believe this, but yeah, apparently I've done some good in the New Zealand community. I'm just going to sit at home and get very drunk. Because I remember as we locked down, it was so last minute and everything had to go out the door. But in the end, I realized, again, my privilege that I got to work in management. And so I got a salary during the whole 2 years. Yeah. But one of the worst things I thought was the poor dancers that we support. The festival had to shut down, so I spent a lot of time writing letters of support for artists who were going to WINS, and and all the contracts that they had, and that is how I spent my time. So yesterday I was a little bit overwhelmed when I came here and met all these people and listened to everybody, and kind of realized that we've been in isolation for a very long time, and that we're finally sitting together and talking. And I'm still overwhelmed, actually, that this is actually really happening. So that was my my COVID hangover.
Thank you, Sefa. ONZM, Sefa Inari, thank you. Congratulations as well. Sione, how was your time? How are you?
I'm good now, but lockdown. I kept pretty busy during lockdown. The galleries went online onto the Instagram accounts, and I kind of live on Instagram, and I'm kind of known in my practice of utilizing Instagram. So the galleries, they did a lot of Instagram takeovers, getting artists to take over Instagram for a few weeks, and online exhibitions. So I was able to get work during lockdown online. So I kept busy.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about that? You are a social media star. Kind of, how's your practice been informed by international exposure online, and maybe speak to some of the issues, being an LGBTQI artist as well on the international platform?
So I moved here from Australia because I had no friends in Australia. All my friends were on Instagram, and they lived here. So that was a big pull to move here. So I guess moving here was my kind of global move, first global move back home. And being LGBT, I don't know, I came to a really big and kind of open arms, queer, brown community when I moved from Australia. So it wasn't very hard navigating the world with them. So I didn't have to struggle too much.
That's that community that spans over all countries. Awesome. Thank you. I'm just going to throw it over to Ani. If you could talk a bit about the Pacific Sisters. You've obviously been based in Rarotonga in the past and having to navigate the Hawaii triennial. You have the beautiful AR app that's spread. And having to travel around the world, what are some of the experiences?
Sorry, what was
or
the...
challenges?
Well...
Just making international work in this day.
Oh, gosh. Well, obviously, I'm here in Aotearoa right now, and Rosanna Raymond, one of the Pacific Sisters, is also already... she's not here because... and she's having FOMO, everyone. She wishes she was here. And also Fiona Clifton, another Pacific Sister who's watching online, girl. Shout out to you. She couldn't make it either. But so the challenges are actually physically going overseas. For Rosanna to be able to travel to Birmingham right now, she's with the Savage Club. She's there with James, Raina, Salvador. They all actually got some funding that came through, some funding, which meant that Numa, Salvador, and Jar could travel just on Monday. So that they were all prepared, but that challenge of being able to travel at the drop of a hat when the funding comes through is kind of a big thing. When the doors do open and you get to travel, so you have to be really flexible. My friends in the Savage Club who are, working part-time or have, practices that can allow them to leave, leave their jobs or leave their families, it's kind of a big deal to go overseas this, now, with all the challenges, Hawaii as well, like after the triennial had actually finished, we were invited to go to Hawaii, but again, we couldn't. It was too difficult as a rōpū to go over to support our work and be there for the opening. So they still had some tickets that they could give the Pacific Sisters through Hawaii Airlines, and 4 of the sisters went over: Suzanne Tamaki, Millie Tamaki, Rosanna and Fiona. And they went over, the work was down, but they still went over to do some research at the Bishop Museum, which was always the plan. Also, they did 3 artist talks, and they visited community groups. They went to Molokai. They had a fantastic time. They did some surf therapy with my friend Amelia Borowski. And and everybody was like, "Oh, you didn't go," to me. And that was because I had said yes to doing a day job this year. So I've been working at Elam School of Fine Arts part-time, and so just working with the first years and the second semester this last semester. So when they came back home and everybody was like, "Oh, you didn't go, did you go to Hawaii?" It's like, no. I actually have been doing screen printing in the first year with the first year program. So I made this T-shirt which says, "This little piggy stayed home." So that people, when they ask me, it's like, "No, I didn't go to Hawaii. No, I didn't go to Birmingham. I've got a job." So my part-time job, I'm very dedicated to my 2 days a week at Elam. And anyway, those are the realities. Those are the challenges, So I'm really the representation here in Wellington for my sisters who get to travel now. They reach themselves, they can fly over. And honestly, Rosanna is incredible. I just want to do a big shout out to Rosanna Raymond. She is an incredible person. When the doors open and when her health was better, she has been to Fiji. She's gone to Birmingham. She's going to Sydney. She's been to Tasmania. And she's out there. She's like she's a woman of the world. She lived in London for a very, very long time. So, and a lot of us actually got to visit her in London as well, which is why we're sort of a global family, and we can kind of go and stay with people. Yeah, sleep on the couch. Anyway, so those are some of the challenges. That world has changed now. Yeah, it's a risk to travel. You've got to be ready and willing to sort of, risk it. Yeah, so anyway. It's worth the risk.
It's worth the risk, everyone. If you can get over to Hawaii or this little
wouldn't mind being stuck there.
home.
I'll get stuck in Hawaii, it's all right.
Thank you, Ani. I'll throw it over to you, Sefa. Could you talk a bit about Pacific dance? Having to go online, there must have been challenges in that. How did that impact the young choreographers? Film during COVID?
You finally get the big grant from CNZ. You finally get it. You've worked so long to get that grant, and you finally fucking get it, and then fucking COVID happened. So we had to shift the whole. Like I said, I'm old school. I'm the oldest person on this panel, probably in this room. And so I'm used to live theatre. So at my age, and I used to have a Nokia phone that all I did was text on it. And what happened is the juniors in the office were like, Sefa, your phone looks like a plastic box. So I don't understand how TikTok works, how that social media works, but I got thrown into this. So we had to go and film this stuff. Fortunately for me, and I've learned this when I was young, is like when you are the least qualified person in the space, then it's best to shut up and let people who know their shit do it. So here I was stuck with the cinematographers, these people who knew the camera, who knew everything, much more than I did, telling me what to do, while we put the dancers through space. And in those days you had to stand 10 meters away from people. Everyone needed to be masked up. And so here I was, having all these years of experience in live theatre, being thrust into this world of phones, and everybody comes off the phone. Now, in Auckland, the largest theatre is 2,500, which is the Aotea Centre, and we do that. We don't even blink when we pull a big shot like that. I could not believe it when we were getting like 60,000 views on the shows. I could not believe it as it just kept going up, going up, going
That's
up.
That's amazing.
And so I guess the one thing that Pacific Dance has done, we've gone from a big theatre. The last show I saw was 20 at Black Race. It's 2,500 to like 25,000 people watching. And you know what? I really felt for the artists, because my big thing was like I wasn't prepared to support you. I'm prepared to support you in the theatre, make sure the marketing goes. Joanna and I worked so hard to get stuff done. But here we were in this global, everyone's watching us. And I was like, are we ready? Is Pacific Dance ready to take that kind of leap into this big space that everyone's watching? So Pacific Dance, we're still surviving. I'm still recovering from that. And one of the things that I talk to Joanna a lot about is where do we go now that the pandemic's over, now that we go back to the theatre, the funding hasn't increased, CNZ. So we're still making work that thousands of people are watching, but I just wasn't prepared for where Pacific Dance is. I'm about to head to watch X Dance in Australia, which is the Bangarra dance company, the Torres Strait companies that are there. I'm about to watch their works and talk about coming to New Zealand and working with us. I'm about to go to Samoa. I'm about to watch their dance companies, Brisbane. I'm about to go over there. So I'm old school. I like live theatre. So I'm hoping that after this whole thing's over, that people still go to the theatre, pay a ticket at the box office, and actually watch live shows.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, apparently everyone's on their phone.
Yeah.
Malo, thank you, Sefa. A lot to think about there. I'm just going to cross over to Alicia. Would you mind sharing with our community today some of the experiences that you've had? I know you've just been over to Germany, and with Svafswag Documenta, talk a bit about that. How do our Pacific arts stack up on the international stage? What was your experience?
Yeah, well, I resonate with what Ania is saying because I'm, one of my other hats that I wear is I'm a mama. So I have 2 boys, Jude and Lennox. So I didn't travel to Germany. I made the decision to stay home because I'm quite risk adverse. And I think there's a whole other list of things that you now have to consider when you decide to travel abroad. Like, what is your COVID contingency plan if someone in your team of artists gets sick? And so for me, that wasn't really a risk I wanted to take. So 7 of the 12 Fastwag artists travelled to Germany to present work at Documenta 15. The making of that work was really challenging. Really resonate with what you were saying, Sefa, too, around it required the team to work in a way which we wouldn't usually work because we are a collective of practitioners. The practice is collective and social. So when we're making work together, it's together in a room, and we had to adapt like everybody else has had to adapt to, and a lot of that making and thinking and dreaming happened over Zoom, in Zoom land, which was interesting and challenging in itself. So really required the team to, survive a pandemic, dream in a pandemic, which was odd and hard and challenging, and then I think actually going to Germany as a group of Pacific queer people from Aotearoa, that presented a whole lot of challenges as well. I think to speak to for those of you that are unaware of what the shit show that Documenta was, for Documenta 15, there was a lot of censorship of artists. And I think fundamentally the institution of Documenta didn't understand the stories or have any kind of cultural competency around the stories of the South. So there was that as well. And so I think that took quite a toll on the team being there and wanting to support. Predominantly, most of the artists that presented at Documenta were BIPOC artists. There was a huge queer cohort of artists that got invited to present work. So there were challenges there as well around just being in a space and presenting work where they just didn't get it, I think. Little small town Germany have no real concept of what is a Pacific Islander who's queer from Aotearoa, what is that? So that had its challenges, and how do you, when you're presenting in these spaces that have no concept of you or your lived experience, what are the wraparound kind of care systems look like to keep yourself safe in that space, but each other, and then the other artists that are also you're sharing space with, how can you hold that for one another, which is a lot. And I think that labour, that emotional labour and mental labour that often is required of us as brown queer people is not something that is necessarily considered by these big institutions ever. So then how do you create those kind of modes of moving and care for each other, which as Pacific people is inherently how we move through the world anyway. So it was interesting, it was challenging. I think we're all grateful that we had that experience. But yeah, I just think it maybe don't invite people if you don't have the cultural competency to hold us, I would say. And that's not on us to do the work. Like, there has to be some middle ground where it's like, if you're going to invite me into your house, then at least know how to hold us. Otherwise, don't ask us to come. And I don't want to sound ungrateful for being offered that opportunity, but I'm just like, we should be able to show up as our full selves, and that's something I've really been reflecting on, even with the kōrero that we're having today. Like, how do we start to really have intersectional practice at the core of what we do, and how do we actually show up in our full self and that be embraced, and what does that look like, and how do we consider that when we are thinking about what does the next 5, 10, 20 years look like for our community? Because ultimately it comes down to co-design as well. I'm just tangenting now, guys, spiraling. Anyway, but I do think these are really important things that we need to consider. Don't invite people at the end, invite people at the beginning and collaborate together. Those are my reckons on that. Thank you.
Whakaoelahi, thank you. That's actually a great segue to my next question for all of you. Today is our big day of consultation with our community, where we get the feedback for our strategy for the next 5 years and key priorities of action that you want the Arts Council and Creative New Zealand to go. I'm going to ask you, what support do you need for your arts practice or from CNZ for you to thrive and flourish internationally? Can I start with, would you like to start?
I'm thinking, I just want to come back to your point, right? Because Samoa used to be called German Samoan before it became Western Samoa, and then it became Samoa. So the Europeans have been in our fucking backyard for hundreds of years. And it's quite amazing that you will talk about Germany that way, because the relationship between Germany and Samoa still exists, but obviously in that very colonial way, and that we're still in a museum box, in some glass thing that everyone looks at and exoticize us, is that the word? When they look at us. So I feel for you, sis, and that's a terrible experience you've had with them, but unfortunately that's that's the way. That's the price you pay when you go to those places. Anyways, what I wanted to say in terms of what could CNZ do, and if there was anything I'd like to see, is I love yous all, but I really wish there were more young people here, in particular from because the dance community, your career finishes at 28. It's that kind of life. You work very hard as a dancer, and by 28, start counting it down and look for other things to do. Because it's an athletic, career that you have. So I think CNZ, you need to reach out a bit more and get young people here, because I'm certainly not going to talk on behalf of the young people and the thousands of dancers that we represent in Auckland and across the country. We go to festivals up and down the country. Tia, you know that. We went down to Blenheim. How many people were there that we go there? So I think the first thing that CNZ needs to do is dust your old man colonial self off and get into our community, in particular our young people. And I'm just going to say it on behalf of dancers, and that I'm looking around thinking, okay, so am I the one that's going to talk about dancing? Because I don't see anyone here that actually works in the dance community, who dance with Tuaine and dance with all, Black Race. Don't see anyone here. Can't even see the director of Black Race here. And so I would think that CNZ, you might need to reconsider the power of the young Pacific dance practitioner that's here in New Zealand doing stuff. I also think that CNZ, you need to be inviting people from the Pacific here as well, not just people from Auckland and Wellington and Blenheim. I think you need to open your purse and invite the master dancers from the Pacific as well, from Samoa, Tonga, because, it's called a Pacific Summit, and the only Pacific people here are the urban ones. So I would like to challenge that CNZ, open your purse. I know that you talked about $9 million or whatever it was that you got, but I would prefer that the next time I come to a summit that there are people here from, I'm just looking out there, to all our heritage people. So young people need to be involved in this, especially dance practitioners who are young. People from the Pacific need to be invited here as well. You also need to send us to the Pacific. What do you call it? Reverse resistance when you move back, so that we don't hold it here and we just think we're the shiz, but we need to take our learning back to our Pacific people as well and help them out as well. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Sefa. Those are great points there. Amazing. Thank you for that feedback. You know, we don't always have all the answers, so that's why we're coming to talanoa today, so we can get everyone's feedbacks for trying to do it right for our people in our community. Thank you for that, Sefa. Ani?
Yes, I would like to reiterate what Sefa said, actually. I know that personally, you know, like I'm here, it's my birthday week. I'm turning 51 on Sunday.
Happy birthday, Ani.
All invited to Point Chev. I am really, really privileged. I feel like my whole life has been sort of given opportunities through Creative New Zealand, right through from when we were CAC, when we talked about the Creative Arts Committee yesterday, the CAC at Bulls. I was at that meeting as a young person. So, you know, I feel like I've been supported in many ways and with people who've been supported by Creative New Zealand along the way, and I really, really appreciate that. I feel like those opportunities for young people are really, really important. So right from the beginning, you know, jumping in the van with the Pacific Theatre or with Pacific Sisters, you know, travelling to kind of hui and whānau like this is just really, really valuable. I see the work that Tautai have done over the years where that sort of has happened, and they reach out into the universities and the polytechs, you know, so there's kind of that commitment to students who are going through art school, you know, to kind of like give them the networking that sort of is really important when you are a Pacific artist, which is huge. Networking is huge. Again, supporting people, not just young people, but supporting us to go over to our homelands. You know, there are residencies that have come and gone over the years that are, you know, based in the Pacific, like Samoa. Rarotonga was one of the first ones. There are lots of unofficial kind of residencies that sort of exist, just from the people that we know in different parts of the world and parts of the Pacific. And I myself, my house, I feel like I've had lots of people come and stay in Rarotonga with us, and it's always an open home, so an official residency, just saying. Yeah, I have ideas now, you know, from living in Aotearoa for 2 years. I feel like I want to go back home to Rarotonga. I want to open my doors. I want to encourage people, especially Cook Islanders, to come home if you have never been. To touch base with your whenua, your whānau, and really, you know, get to know who you really are before you go out into the world. And also, yeah, just supporting people to see the world, but also to support people from the diaspora who are living in places around the world to come back to Aotearoa, come back to the Pacific, and support those really networks and make them stronger, because we don't necessarily have to travel there because we already are there. There are people who are out, you know, who are Pacific Island artists who are around the world already, and they need our support as well. So, yeah.
Meitaki, yeah, I'm picking up on the connection that we need to have back with our homelands in the moana and our youth as the next generation. We really have to look after them because they are the future of our Pacific arts. Thank you for that. I'll hand it to you, Alicia.
It always starts and ends with resource, hey? Like actual investment. I think I'm preaching to the choir when I say contestable funding isn't a sustainable model to operate from, and what does actual investment into our community look like. And I think it is really challenging for a lot of our young practitioners who are emerging, and often the feedback or the challenges that I'm seeing when I am working with young artists is there's not enough support around capacity and capability building. And you know, we do operate within a really capitalist model currently, and there's no shame in wanting to be commercially successful and have a commercially viable career as an artist. And I think that's something that young artists who are coming into the space are really like, where's the resource, oi? I'm like, good fucking question. I keep asking myself the same thing. What does that look like? Because that's the biggest challenge. I don't think artists want anyone to do anything for them. They're quite capable of doing that for themselves. And when I look at the community which I come from of brown queer practitioners, they are some of the most resourceful people I have ever met in my life. They will make something incredible out of nothing. So what would that look like if we were to actually invest actual investment into these spaces, and what that looks like, and how do we get better at telling our story? Because I know from the communities in which I engage with, the kind of transformative well-being outcomes that we have through arts and creativity is life-changing, life-saving, I would say. So how do we start to look up and out and figure out which other sectors can be investing into the arts as well? Because currently I don't think we're doing that enough, and there's all these untapped possibilities of what does good collaboration look like, and how can we actually get some cold, hard cash into the arts sector? Because there are so many incredible outcomes that are agitated, that happen because of artists and creativity. And, you know, I think we all recognise that artists are enablers of wellness for our communities, but we're not often looking at how can we keep our artists well? What does that look like? It looks like paying them properly, remunerating people properly, so that they can just exist without it being like this continual, I have 25 jobs so that I can do this thing over here. Like, there needs to be a shift in value, I think, and not just in this room, but like I think nationally, there to be a valuing of the arts in a way that we're not currently seeing. And how do we do that? And I think we're all very, very good at telling stories. So how do we tell our story better, so that we can have better investment into sustainable careers for brown practitioners, and so that when you're speaking to these young artists who are like, do I really want to choose that for myself, because that seems really shit? It's like, girl, it is shit, but keep going. You know, keep going. No, there's no resource, but keep going. So I think it does boil back down to like investment. Project to project funding doesn't work. You know, FAFSWAG as a collective, we're 10 years old next year, and we still are trying to figure out how do we keep ourselves sustainable. So, yeah.
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you for that. We're just going to, before we wrap up,
No, you wrap up.
No, we'll hear from you.
Just quickly, yeah, I agree with Alicia, but there was this round in lockdown that you had where we can buy like laptops and cameras, and we can keep it, because capital item. Yeah. So that was great. I got a camera and I still use it in my practice today. My friends got iPads and iPens to do this project, but those other friends were animating projects now on those iPads, and animating music videos and ad campaigns. So like buy it, like give us all the iPads.
Get those resources. I just want to give them. I just want everyone to give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you for your whakaaro and your honesty and your bravery. Thank you for you as artists. Mei taki mata.
Whakawea lahi mahaki to our fellow panelists for the Global Moana panel. Another round of applause, please. And some really amazing, poignant points. And I just want to acknowledge that I was just having a side conversation with Karen, and you know, it's quite stark that 70% of you, our artists, have to actually get a full-time job in order to sustain your arts practice, which is worthy of acknowledging. And I think when we start to think about the needs today and the things that we need to be pushing, those are things that we need to be recognising. So the purpose of the summit today, again, is to gather, share experiences, to dream, to set a new strategic course, to revisit what has been achieved, what is pending, considering, again, context, the pandemic and all these things that have happened in our lives, and what next. And I'm going to introduce the Arts Council members just to share about the purpose of the summit and also to encourage you with some inspiring words about dreaming.
Malo e tau lava, kia orana tātou katoa toa. Whetū and I have been labelled the naughty corner of the Arts Council table, which is why we've been separated over there and over here. And for all our sins and our cackling, we wanted to bring that into today's talanoa and to put forward some provocations as we head into our breakout sessions. Now let's talk about money. Some of you were asked what factors would enable your practice and asked to give a kind of elevator-style Shark Tank pitch to our ministers. And yes, we've heard money is a factor. It is the factor. Money, we need more. So let's take money as the given. But I also want us to expand on this. Are we at CNZ putting our money into the right places? Coco Solid, my sister over there, laid down a wheel for us yesterday that we need mentorship for rangatahi, we need emerging artists, for mentorship for emerging artists as well as intergenerational talanoa. Lucy brilliantly put forward that accessibility to funding for disabled artists is an issue, and Pati advocated for capacity building. So should we fund this? And if not, then what? What is it that we're missing? And to make us even more honest, following our panel that we just had, we're going to play a very, very quick game. I want us all to think about how you as individuals or as a business, organisations are operating right now. And I want you to think about 3 things that you're needing. Is it skills? Is it personnel? Is it rebranding? Maybe you say you need money, but actually you need an accountant so that you're not scraping coins to get that ACC levy together. And actually, I'll give you an example, because one thing that I failed to mention outside of my day job is that I'm actually the inaugural curator of Pacific Art at Auckland Art Gallery Toyo Tamaki. And the 3 things that I'm missing right now are consistent representation of Pacific art in our exhibition program so that I can enable commissions and keep collecting the work of our artists. I need a specialised media and AV tech because that's the strength of our field. And I also need an exhibition designer, preferably one that's a trained architect to build these shows and build the works. So now I need you to turn to your neighbour and say good morning. Yep. Yes, I know, giving real church feels. And now I need you to list 3 things that you as an individual or as an organisation are needing. And I'm going to give you 10. Actually, I'm feeling a bit generous. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to list 3 things to your neighbour that you are needing right now. Starting from now. Timata. We're at 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Ding, 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 at time, people. Time is up. Time is up. Are we warmed up? I hope we're all warmed up. I'm going to scan the room very, very quickly. I'm going to look to my cousin Tanya. 3 things that you are needing right now. Stand up and yell them out.
Okay, I need a poll of Pacific production people.
Yep.
I need a home base event
Yep.
for storytelling.
All good. Thank you. Good sport. Now we're going to do the same thing, but this time I need you to think about the broader sector that you are in, whether it's theatre, music, visual arts, film. What are the 3 things in the sector that you are missing? Are we addressing climate change? Should we be sending people to these UN conferences? What are we doing to address anti-blackness in our communities? 3 things in the sector that we are needing. 30 seconds starting from now.
I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Who like the mic?
20 seconds.
Okay.
10 seconds. We good to go?
More
4,
Pacific
3,
people
2,
on
1.
governance boards.
Sorry,
More Pacific people on governance boards.
you got 2 more?
That's the main one right now. More
Okay,
brown
we're good.
people on boards.
Malonina, no more exercises, people. But what's very clear, obviously, is that everyone in this room has something to contribute that's going to strengthen our sector. So I do want us to deep dive, because hard times require furious dancing and radical thinking. Let's be constructive, but remember, this is not the complaints department. That's another event, another room in Te Papa. And I'll round up with our last provocation before I hand over to John. And I guess the last question I have is, have we got our priorities right? Is what we're funding, currently funding, still worth funding, and what is missing? Maloa pito.
Kia ora and good morning. And if Ani's the mokopuna, then I'm the queer. My wero is a little bit shorter than Ani's, because I was told the one I wanted to do was too long. And I want to pick up on yesterday's a Pacific tour session, and when we were talking actually just now about what our communities needed, and I would say that the disability tour arts community needs recognition and opportunity. But my wero is really about how we all together, that's you and us, can work on access, co-design, collaboration and capacity building for disabled Pacific artists. Thank you.
Morena, I'm really looking forward to today, and I've been looking forward to today for a while, mainly because I get a chance to listen in my role in the council, and it's a really great opportunity for us to work together and to collaborate and work on this together. So I'm from a pretty big Chinese Cambodian family. Like, I've got about, on both sides, it's sort of something like 7 or 8 siblings for each of my mum and my dad. So I don't have a shortage of aunties who, like at any family gathering, they're very, very brutally honest about what they think of my life choices and what they think of what I'm wearing, or what they think about the life choices I might or might not give to my children. And so if I was a bit thin-skinned about it, it would be pretty bruising. I'm not sure if people can relate to that experience, but I kind of invite that. Like, so I'm kind of, what I'm looking for is that brutal honesty here too. in that spirit of, you know, of being together. So those family gatherings, yeah, they tell me things I probably don't really feel like hearing at the time, but maybe not like the first thing I want to hear, but it is really, really healthy and important, and it's, you know, said with love. So so that's kind of something that I'm really inviting and feeling like I'm, you know, really open to. So that brutal honesty, I'm sure you'll bring it. But the other thing is, we talked yesterday about, you know, this elevator that you know, we might sort of get stuck in with Karen. We're sort of in this really big elevator, and we've got the hold button on all day. So I just would really encourage you to use that opportunity, because that's kind of what we're here for. There are some really fantastic questions in the sessions we've got planned, and one of the key words in all of those questions is how. And what I'm really keen to do is for us to sort of like focus on that how we can kind of do the best we can for Pasifika Arts together. So that's kind of my really all I kind of had to say about that. Yeah.
Tēnā koutou katoa, talofa lava. Ask not for the moon, for we have the stars, and that is all of you here today. And so I'm not asking, but we are demanding that you bring your brightest, sharpest quality and analytical minds and creative presence to the sessions that are about to follow, because many of you have self-identified as navigators. Today is your day that you determine what we do as a whānau for the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. You've already proven your worth. You proved that in 2018 when you came to this first hui, and here we are. Who knew that over 100 of us would gather over the next 3 days? That's what you did in 2018. You asked for more brown on your governance board. This is what you got. You did that. We didn't do it, you did it. So remember, the opportunity is sitting right next door to you. Today and over the next 2 days, we have people from Ministry of Culture and Heritage, we have ministers from MB, we have people who are coming because they are hearing of the buzz that you are creating. That elevator is here, it's now, and you're sitting next to it. Nō reira e te whānau, I'd like to share with you a song that my Māori mother would sing to my Samoan papa when things got a little bit too, Some of you will know it, some of you won't, but it always resulted in a big feed for us kids, and everybody in the whānau was happy. Sa vale vale means go for a walk. Tau tala tala means too much talk. Alofi atu means I love you. Take it easy, whai whai lemu. Uri noa te whare, tēnā koutou katoa. Enjoy, whānau.
Thank you so much, Arts Council members. I want to also acknowledge that it's not a very easy job being a governor, and although we have many expectations of you to do well for us, that it is a really hard job. And a part of this whole thing in the summit is about taking care of each other, and that does include our governance representatives. I want to give a big acknowledgement and shout out this morning to our amazing straightaway strings band that we have here in the corner, who are serenading us throughout the day, all the way from the mighty Porirua. I also want to give a big shout out to our Hutt Valley Cookie Airani mamas over here who are making eikatu. So if you want to learn or know how to make an eikatu, they are there to support you and with making a beautiful eikatu like this one. I also want to give a big shout out to our Zono peeps that are joining from virtual land. Thank you very much for tuning in. We welcome you. We invite you to be bold, courageous and loud as well, to contribute to the discussion. And just wanted to make that connection to know that you're not just imaginary people out there just joining in that we don't know about. And I want to remind you about the importance of having a program. If you don't have one, it's your best friend for the day. But again, it will be beamed up on the screen. I'm going to introduce our fabulous, amazing Arts Council Chair, Karen Rangi, who will introduce our breakout facilitators for this morning. Round of applause.
Morning, everybody. Good morning. Okay, so you've been sitting down for a little while, so I want to combine a couple of things that I've been hearing this morning. I want to combine the idea of dance, the fact that it's Ani's birthday this week, and the fact that you've been sitting down. So if everyone can please stand. Ani O'Neill, can you please come to the stage? And if I can see him, Lecky Burke, are you in the house? You better not have gone outside for a smoke. Here, you got your... Okay, so if Lecky Burke isn't in the house, tua ine ropati. Era make you more, please. So, very shortly, you're going to have a chance to just kind of stretch, shake whatever you want to shake, move however you would like to move, while observing up here two experts in one of our very important art forms, dance, and supported by the wonderful drumming of our band, Straightaway Strings. Ruta Te Pa'u. Thank you very much, team. Please take your seats. Thank you, and happy birthday, Ani, for Sunday. Okay, it's my pleasure now to... Oh, and if you're watching out there in Zoom land, Miss Carlo Mila, happy birthday to you for this weekend. All right, I want to thank the next group of people who have the job to navigate your conversations for the rest of today. So I'd like to welcome up onto the stage our wonderful facilitators for our workshops, Olivia Tauma, Jessica Palalangi, Dagmar Dyke, Emelani Case. Here they are. Thank you very, very much, ladies. We also have, and we met him yesterday, our wonderful Alpha Maiava, who will be facilitating downstairs. And we have Paul and Evatia Rose, who will be the online facilitators, so our Sona audience can also take part. They'll be supported by some wonderful note takers. So here are your peeps for today, and I'm going to let Kavika explain to you the movements from here so you can all get to where you need to get to. Thank you in advance for your thoughts and discussions today. Kia ora ana.
Great, malo, talofa everybody. So our beautiful artists here are facilitating. Kavika's going, happening right now. We've got Paul Lisi and Evatia Rose who are going to start the breakouts on Zoom online. That's a different space. And downstairs we have our Pacific Arts Tour Disability Arts Group, because they need their own peace and quiet to engage with our session. We also have Creative New Zealand staff up there who will be scribes for all the breakouts in here. So we've got Rose, we've got Emily, we've got Edward and Charlotte. And we also have Aroharangi over there from our policy team, and Chelsea, who will be scribing and taking notes downstairs. So Kavika now, it's going to get a bit chaotic. It's going to explain how we're going to break up the groups here for our first session on input, and after that, remember, we'll have afternoon tea, and then we'll have two more breakouts, and then a report back in the afternoon from all the
everybody for your time and generosity of spirit, for everything that you've contributed so far. So I'm going to hand back to the team. Kia ora ana.
Koe lahi maha ki Karen, thank you so much. Moving on through our program, did you have a good lunch? That doesn't sound like it was a good lunch. Did you have a good lunch? Stunning. Okay, now we're into the facilitators report back from your breakout sessions, and it's a difficult task, but I'm going to keep everybody on track, and they're going to get 5 minutes each to give us a high-level, quick summary back. But before I do that, I also want to thank the scribes that were in your breakout sessions. Thank you so much for capturing what you captured throughout those breakout sessions. I'm going to invite back onto the stage who I have here Pati Umanga and Kavika Aipa. And I'm also going to invite back Olivia Tauma, Jessica Palalangi, Emalani Case, Dagmar Dyke, and Paul Lisi and Evotia Rose Araita. A round of applause for our facilitators. So, 5 minutes. I'm going to start with you, Miss Olivia Tauma.
Talo for love, everybody. We had an amazing group, really robust discussions, lots of amazing cross-discipline connections, which I think is the most valuable, as well as the sharing of their answers today. So here are the main things. There's quite a few. I'm going to quickly go through them. Mentorship. Mātua roles to uplift and value and have support to have access to for advice, especially cultural guidance, and intergenerational collaborations, especially with our knowledge holders, and acknowledging our mamas that are here today. Supporting Pacific artists in arts management training, resources, and financial literacy. Connections to people in other fields to support art and for you to support their art. Equity. Tertiary students in arts should be here for the whole 3 days. Pacific Emerging Artists Summit. A lot of people talked about a space just for Pacific emerging artists where they don't feel intimidated, where they don't feel like they don't have a voice, and where they feel they can come and peer support each other. Training workshops. The application process in some of the Australian art funds are so much easier than the New Zealand CNZ one. Why is this, and how can we make that easier for us here? The Arts Grant Inequitable Race to the 250 mark puts Māori and Pasifika in a backstep as have to do more cultural, robust questions than Pālangi in the same race to the 250 mark. Inequitable. National StarMac project and the Tautai Horizon program. There was big support for these to be reinstated and re-put in as they found really great value across the motu. Increased visibility of Micronesia and Melanesian and MVP FAF Plus artists at these summits and overall. Financial literacy support with resources, advice, connections, and how do artists outside of main cities access, connect to Pacific arts leaders overall. Numbers and reach is not always the goal of artists, but it is the art itself. This is a disconnect to CNZ outputs of numbers. Performing arts tertiary programs, specifically with Pacific Kaupapa, have been shut down, closed, and in struggles, but we need more of them with arts management programs. We need increase of Pacific arts spaces and support that come from a Pasifika kaupapa. Directly supporting producers and managers. These are key roles that we have a lack of, and yet there is no key funding for them, support of them, or the development of them. Know your value. You are of Pasifika descent, you are worthy, you are valued, you are loved. More talanoa, but spread out through the region in groupings, smaller but connected. Connection is vital, especially for our isolated artists in small rural areas, but also isolated artists in bigger cities. A Pasifika Artist Directory. Connection to our knowledge holders, and also support and development of governance training for Pacific on arts boards. And lastly, the aim is to be, one of the last, aim is to be self-sustainable, so widest tōtara organisations are the same ones over 20 to 30 years. Where is the sustainability? Increased connections with international Indigenous opportunities, and CNZ to create exchanges back and forth to collaborate and share with our artists in the Pacific Islands. And develop more support in directing artists on how they can get cross-governmental agency funding and opportunities through MPP, MCH, MOE, through active engagement. And if unsuccessful, how can CNZ direct artists to other funding opportunities and support? Kia ora, whawhitai tele lava.
Malo lava, Olivia. Perfect timing, 5 minutes, great. Over to you, Jessica Palalangi.
Whakalofale atu. Mostly everything that you've already said, Olivia. But I think just to add to that, a lot of the themes around the accessibility of funding. Why can't we use videos and other means to really showcase the talent that we have, and just providing services in terms of not privileging the English language and making it less academic and more accessible to everyone. In terms of, I guess, just building on your last point around partnerships, so thinking about partnerships cross-sector, cross-governmental, cross-organisation, but also, really building a structure or an infrastructure to support philanthropy. How do we engage patrons? What does that look like? Providing policy on how we engage in space. So, instead of doing the work around this is all the things that I need to bring my work into your space or in your place, that we have a policy document that helps us have those conversations and not have to do that labour. So, this is what I expect as a minimum when I'm engaging with you, which I think would help with some of those conversations at a higher level that can be quite challenging. Again, connecting and having more residencies to the Pacific. Why are there so few? We need to have more reciprocal exchanges around sharing knowledge and sharing space. What's our interface with universities? We thought we only counted one at the moment that really do something directly with CNZ. How can CNZ advocate in those spaces for us? And I guess in terms of tangata whenua, it was, why can we do away with the tick boxing? What about all of our whānau that whakapapa to tangata whenua and tangata moana that feel isolated in this space because the funding is split and you have to tick a box? So really just trying to work within the structures we have, but dismantle some of them so we can have more meaningful relationships with tangata whenua. And perhaps reviewing the disciplines that we have. So some of them are very dictatorial and pointing us in directions to other funders. There's currently no funding for fashion, I think, as an art form, which, and moving image and film is currently always pushed to New Zealand On Air. So again, like we exist in the multitude, so why are we having to squash ourselves into these categories? And yeah, I think overall it was creating more spaces like this. I'm sure this is the least efficient way to do it, but it's the most meaningful. So coming together more regularly in summits like this, or at least ensuring that we have regional places together. So yeah, thank you. My group was the best, by the way.
Whakawelahi maha ki Jessica. We're going to take it across to our Pasifika Arts Tour breakout session with Patiumanga and Kaveka.
Hello. Apologies if I'm stumbling a bit. I was halfway through my lunch when Margarita came up and said, "You're up on the stage." So that's okay. If I can just give an overview, a simple one. And I do agree with what's been stated already. And in principle, that would also apply to our tour creatives. One of the biggest things that we talked about was how do we develop our art form in a sustainable way? How do we actually connect with some of our established artists so that we can collaborate and engage with them, learn from them, and even work together with them on projects? How do we connect with our other Pacific tour creators that are around the Pacific, Oceania, and ultimately could we look at a global connection? I know that for learnings in regards to how to address what the needs are for our tour creatives, Creative New Zealand has a lot to offer, but also a lot to learn. And the way we want to do that is an opportunity for us to have our own Tour Creative Summit so that we can sit together and answer the questions that have been asked in these breakout groups. And why do that was because there was no way we could be able to address it at today's sessions. So for us, we want to make sure that when we do get together that everything is accessible right across the whole of Creative New Zealand and not to just silo us off as disabled people in their corner, the tour creators in their corner, and then we're pigeonholed. No, it needs to be connected right through. So we also talked about sustainable funding and said, well, if you continue to just give us a really complicated process of applying for funding and then expecting us to deliver a high quality, high standard outcome, then we can't really with what the process is offering us. Someone's already said, you know, just trying to apply online and then seeing that there's a deadline for the applications, but then trying to realize that 250 applications are completed, then the cut-off straight away. So you're trying to do your application, and then you're seeing the numbers go down, down, or up, up. But those kind of things, they really don't, they're not conducive to our tour creatives. So I'll just cut it for now, because I want to give the opportunity to our co-facilitator here, Kawika, to supply the rest. Malo whaftai.
Malo Pati. And thank you everybody who participated in the whono today. I'm going to give you the what I heard, and we heard definitely summit. You know, we talked about leadership in the tour community, and they needed to come together more often to break down these questions. And we had really great discussions in the whono. Some of the things in the tangata space that we talked about was education. There was I don't want to say feisty group, but there was a group who was talking about education as being tour visible from the very beginning and talking about how our tour creatives need to be visible to our young people all the way up until they decide if they want to continue with their arts practice or not. There was also the importance of youth, the visibility and connectivity of youth for visible tour artist creatives. Toa Creatives led festivals for Toa, Toa service provider that could support in delivering all of these things, a Toa network, Toa Creatives mentorship, CNZ Toa staff, and governance across the arts sector with Toa leadership on boards. So some of the other things that have been mentioned by my colleagues here, things that relate to the VA was, once again, summit, bringing people together, creating those relationships, bringing CNZ, providing opportunities for tour people to come together. Not just lived experience tour, but tour artists, whānau, those within the space that are a part of it in a wider space. Talked about wraparound support, and this could look like if you're a tour artist living on a disability, when you get paid, somehow the magic of public funding comes in and you get tackled by taxes, or you now have to get kicked off the benefit or something. So it's very complicated for some cases. And drawing on the VA to grow that intersectionality. Vaka, we talked about leadership and growth, and once again, representation across all spaces and places of creatives was really present, and designing mahi that are for toa, with toa whakaro at the center of the kaupapa. And for Moana, there was really great kōrero around, yes, there could be residencies, but are we sure those residencies are set up for toa? Does that writer's house have accessible doorways? Very complex kōrero, but it was really, really beautiful. And it was really about relationships and building relationships and trust that support toa and New Zealand artists as a whānau. Kia ora.
Alo. Thank you very much, Pasi and Kavika. Handing it now over to Emelani Case.
Aloha mai kākou. I thought I'd start off just by acknowledging not only the group that I got to listen to and learn from today and share with, but everybody, because something that came out of our group was the importance of really acknowledging the contributions that all of you bring, the expertise, the time, the energy, the costs that you may have had to pay to be here today. So just acknowledging all of that. And I thought that I would kind of frame our group's feedback with a concept that came out of our conversation, which is that of critical love. We all know critical love, right? It's I love you so much that I'm going to give you my critique. So all of this is given with a smile and with the spirit of critical love. So the first kind of critique that came out that I think is really important is that of the actual concepts and the terms used in the poll. I'm not sure what capacity there is or possibility there is to change them, but there were some conversations about the appropriateness of some of these terms. How is the va being used? Is it culturally appropriate? Are there spaces where we may not use those terms or that term in some of the conversations that we're having? Another term is that of moana. And when we talk about in the last session, or in the second to the last session, I think there's a conversation about connecting with tangata whenua. If we're using moana to be inclusive of Pacific people and exclusive of tangata whenua who also use that term, are we creating spaces that include while they also simultaneously exclude? And if we want to talk about inclusivity, can we also then critique the terms that we're using? To move on from that and to get into some key themes, a lot of these themes have already been raised, so I'm hoping to just kind of add to them, knowing that I won't be able to capture everything that we talked about. But some big themes that came out of our conversations, the first was on mentorship, which was already raised, on really supporting tuakana teina relationships, intergenerational opportunities. There was an emphasis on opportunities for young and emerging artists to really work with older established artists, while also critiquing what is young and what is old and what is emerging. You might be older in years, but young in your art practice, so kind of rethinking about that. We also talked about redefining and really thinking from Pasifika perspectives, what is success and what is leadership? Success might not always be exhibiting at all of the art museums or galleries, but really just working with your whānau. So really allowing the community to define what success and leadership mean for you. Another huge theme that came out was about the processes, making them more accessible. How can we help artists to understand processes? And even while we were raising those kinds of questions, we also thought about changing the processes altogether, because it's one thing to get you used to a process that might be problematic, or change the process. So we change the people, we change the process, and maybe we need to be focusing on the process. Another big theme that came out was that of time. How do we give artists more time to develop, to sit in their work, to have time to do the research that is necessary to create? How do we even acknowledge the time that artists need to attend to themselves, to their mental health? There was a question about addressing things like climate change. How do we acknowledge the amount of emotional and spiritual and sometimes cultural labor that goes into that, and the anxiety that sometimes comes with addressing things that are very emotionally heavy? So do we provide space and support for artists to also have monies to attend to their own well-being and mental health while they're creating? So that was another big theme. With that said, another huge theme was preparation. How prepared, especially are our young people coming out of tertiary settings? Do they know how to write grants? Are they accustomed to that kind of language? What kinds of opportunities are we providing to teach them? And not just young people, everybody, so that they can succeed in getting funding. Another huge theme, we wanted more opportunities to come together. And when we're thinking about the strategy specifically, there was a comment that we need more than once every 4 years opportunities to come together. We also talked about who's here and who isn't here and how many voices we may not be hearing. So how to reach out to communities who might not have even known about the summit, who might not have thought that this was the space for them to be in. More opportunities for feedback. More opportunities for workshopping, for collaborating. I should go back, with that said, a big comment that came out when we were reflecting on processes, especially grants processes, is how to encourage more collaboration versus competition. So if you've got a bunch of people who have similar ideas, rather than funding one and not the rest, how can we think about ways to bring them together to possibly collaborate and share resources? More support for artists, upskilling, training, more support for those traveling overseas to make sure that they are safe in the environments that they might be going to. And then the last two themes, the big one, the first one is trust. In order to build relationships and nurture relationships, we have to have trust. Artists have to have trust in Creative New Zealand. Which means we need more spaces for critical and courageous conversations, but also need to know what capacity Creative New Zealand has to create change. And then the last theme was about our reach out to the larger Moana Nui, out to Oceania, how to make sure that we have representation and meaningful connections with our whānau from Micronesia and Melanesia, and not just in ways that are issues-based, like we're going to bring you in to talk about climate change, but we want to bring you in to talk about who you are and what you do and help us to understand our connections to the larger region. Yeah, mahalo.
Mahalo nui loa e Malani. Now over to you, Dagmar Dyke.
Thank you. I just want to recognise the colour of voices that came forth from our group. There was some really rich talanoa, and the voice was really, I've captured some of that. Shout out to Charlotte, my scribe, for helping me capture some of these quotes from. So just around tangata, there was the question asked about how does each creative village lead in their own space. We had a good discussion around intergenerational exchange of knowledge and how important that is, and how do we support our elders, our mamas, papas in that space to provide that. A quote, how can everyone find a place whether you're a leader or not, around that question around leadership, and also about it is actually also around the art of leading. And of course, a youth or emerging summit to come out of this. I think we've got very common themes coming through all our groups. Under Waka, we talked about identity, and we actually challenged the term Pacific Arts, and we kind of unpacked that a little bit more. We need to make the arts valid as a career path, and how do we actually make that visible for those coming through and supporting our emerging artists. I think a question around language and definitions. We even questioned the questions and how the questions were structured today, and we had some incredible questions coming out of our group. We kind of wished everyone was having opportunity to answer those ones as well, so maybe having more heads come together, thinking people to offer help in those framing questions. And that kind of brought out the question, how much do you know about your communities in terms of the fact that there's such a lack of youth here? We haven't reached them, and why has that happened like so? Collectively sharing and holding responsibility. This is a direct quote. Sustainability also comes from saying no, because there are also other options. And of course, the exchange between heritage and contemporary, looking at that space. Around the VAR, we talked about the importance of database, having that as a connecting point for all of us across the arts, the identity in the arts. We discussed grassroots versus institutions, the value of both and the validity of both those places of education, and also the human resource ecosystem that we know to do so well, and that is based under, of course, the value of reciprocity. Inside Moana, we talked about the accessibility. When I was asking about accessibility around the digital space, we had a conversation around that's actually an equity question in terms of how many people actually have access to digital platforms and equipment and tools and connectivity. We can't make assumptions that even our artists have that. Challenging the things that stay the same, and the recognition for a need for a national arts strategy. It's great to have a Pacific arts strategy, but actually we need to look bigger than that because so much else flows from under that. And again, these are some of the questions that came out of our group. Is funding supporting a commodity, or is it a product or a practice being funded? And so those are sort of the things we grappled with. And we also talked about the fact around cross-sector. I want to just sort of say that there are certain sectors that should be here and they're not, and I will call out Ministry of Education, and they always seem to not attend these, or I don't know if the invite goes out to them, but I don't know if we realise just how critical, if we don't get education right, then we won't be actually even looking at our young people coming through. The fact that education is so poorly underserved, I don't think we realise the last time Minister of Education did any resourcing for Pasifika Arts was in 2008. 2008 was the last time they intentionally put out a Pacific Arts resourcing. So we are being underserved inside that system. Do not assume your children are getting a robust arts curriculum, because ITE, I went through ITE and I think I got a morning to learn about how to teach the arts. A lot of our teachers don't have the confidence or the know-how to teach our kids the arts. So it relies on our own ecosystems. I talked about intergenerational bloodline callings, is that actually that's who we are. We come through bloodlines, our ancestors and so forth, but don't expect your education system to recognise that in your children. That's some of the issues that we've got. That's why ministry need to be here. They need to be hearing the conversation, hearing these what we know to be. And the other thing I wanted to just quickly say is, what are we doing with all this voice? I talked about the kalora voice. This, as a researcher, as someone trying to work internally in the system to disrupt, as an arts researcher, the voice, the gold that is in this room, how do I access it? Because that's the study, that's the data that I need to take to tables where they make decisions about us. Because if I can't have access to it, so I want to know if this is where the report goes, can we have an appendix for all our voices, our quotes to be captured? That's why I wanted to say it was the voices today. That's our gold. And don't put it into a Western graph with just, numbers. I don't want to be a number, it's our story. It's our voice that is most important and most strong. So I just want to make that plea to Creative New Zealand about that reporting back. Malo.
Malo Alpito Dagma, very key and prominent points. Tulo, I'm sorry, I did not know that I had some additional breakout sessions, but I'm going to follow the program and then we'll get to you two down there. So if I can invite back first Paul Lisi and Evotio Rose Arita, who will go over the Zoom breakout session that happened online.
Kia ora, everybody. So a lot of what was talked about in our Zoom session, and I would like to lovingly acknowledge all of the wonderful people who joined us, and kia ora if you are live streaming and joining us from online, has been covered by our wonderful rōpū already. Some of the things that came out that haven't been covered or covered in the way that we talked about them was ensuring that we recognise that Pacific arts aren't in isolation to the other parts of our piu or our culture. Our language is connected to it. It's not necessarily separate from us. It's a part of us. And so having to think about it in a holistic sense, not just necessarily in isolation. It's multifaceted. One of the things that one of our participants raised is when we think about equity of Pacific arts, she felt that we also need to think about actually is Pacific arts viewed as valuably or given the same value, as other art forms, or is it seen as lesser than? And so there might be, I suppose, an advocacy around how do we ensure that Pacific arts is valued right up there with all of the top art forms that are funded with a huge amount of money. Other parts that were raised was what kind of support could Creative New Zealand provide to artists, in particular younger artists, to really, I suppose, help coach them through the process. So what could that look like? Sitting down with an artist, helping them, reviewing their applications, talking them through the questions, perhaps writing parts of those applications that they might struggle with. So providing more hands-on support. There was a number of participants that talked about strengthening the wā between Aotearoa and Te Moana Nui a Kiwa. So not necessarily just bringing our artists here from the Pacific to collaborate here in Aotearoa, but also how are we feeding the opportunities that exist here for our Pasifika people back out to Te Moana Nui a Kiwa as well. Wellbeing was a massive topic for our Zoom online session participants, and one of our participants talked about, for top sports people you will have a sports psychologist. What is the equivalent level of support given to our artists and arts practitioners, in particular Pasifika arts and arts practitioners? There were observations that our younger people are already feeling burnt out, and sometimes as they learn about our history and the trauma and the distress that comes with that, there also comes anger. So how are we supporting these young people that have these stories to tell or have their own trauma to tell them in a safe way? There were lots, echoing sentiments that were already raised in earlier panels about financial resources for materials to actually create work. So how do we fund actual technology or materials for people to create their art? And, sorry, I'm just trying to read. We also talked a lot about residencies, and in particular, how do we tailor those residencies to be supportive of our Pasifika artists and arts practitioners? How do they include cost for family members that might come along? Or somebody gave the example of there only being one bed available for the artists themselves, without thinking actually about other family members that might need to be there to support them and support them in being well while they do this residency. There was a conversation about the inua that you are on influences your art. So we are Pasifika artists and arts practitioners based here in Aotearoa, and that has an impact on the art created. And similarly for our artists living back in the different islands, that will have an impact on their art, as well as Pasifika artists living elsewhere in the world. How does that impact their art? And how do we connect, again, strengthen that wā for Pasifika globally, to broaden the perspectives of what Pasifika art is and arts practitioners are doing. And then finally, climate change was talked about, and in particular, when we're talking about things like international engagement, how do we be strategic about that and engage or make the most of these opportunities globally, but ensure that we do them in a strategic way so that it's not tokenistic, but we also maintain our values while we do that. So how would flying a long distance counter our values of not wanting to contribute to climate change, for example? Or, for example, at the COP, how do we have more of an artistic and Pasifika presence to bring more of the emotive element toward to the issue of climate change, ensuring that that is represented at the table? Cool.
Just one further thing, I think it's been touched on quite a bit, but collaboration was a really strong theme that came through. We had people coming in and out of our session online, but they were really grateful that we were able to have that space for people to access, because they missed being here, but were really cognizant of the fact that they could still have their voices heard. So we're really grateful for those of you who joined us on Zoom, and me take mata, whawhiti lava.
Talofa lava, kia ora tātou. Thank you to Jessica in Aotearoa who had such a huge problem. Our group was so large that we actually divided into three. So thank you, Jessica, for that. And part of the reason that our two colleagues are at the end is that we were able to, one of the threes, we were able to have this short 2 minutes. Unfortunately, we did have a large presentation for you, which we are unable to give you at this time, but please come and see our two additional presenters at the end. So we only have 2 minutes, whānau.
Okay. I can talk fast.
Ka pai.
Ngā mihi mahana kia koutou, rau rangatira mā, ko autani a haere Tapuwelewelu Wolfgram. And myself and my colleague, we want to be the voice for our rōpū over here, so this is very quick. We started with what does wā actually mean. So we went back to the Vaka, to Deoleva, to spatial. We talked about the sustainability and the infrastructure that is required, but a really super awesome thing is that we want to create a global Pasifika network of artists and creatives. So this is the idea of the global network. And once we have a global network, we can all work together to create a global platform. And I think that's the thing that's missing. We all can do our own little things, but to create a global platform means that we go back right across the moana, from the west side, from Taiwan in the Pacific, up to Hawaii, up in the north, Rapa Nui over in the east. We connect with our indigenous whānau from Turtle Island, from across the world. And our friend Nathaniel gave us a brilliant idea. We could provide some focus for some of those issues. We have to be
just jumping
savvy
in here, Whānau, we mentioned the aspect of exchange. So it's not a one-way street. It's not always us taking from our whānau in the islands. It's the aspect of us being able to exchange art forms from Aotearoa and also vice versa. So we're not always taking. So that was the point that we really quite was strongly made in our rōpū.
Yeah, whawhatai lava mō le awanoa, whātalo whātua pa ia ma le mamalu nei tūlā. Just quickly, 3 key things from me is, in our group, we firstly discussed that in order for us to create change, we first must disrupt the system. And by disrupting the system, we are able to analyze how far we're going in regards to our Pacific creatives, but also the fact that we should capitalize on the technology that we have today. A lot of our people don't realize, and we didn't mention throughout our summit, is the importance of Web 3.0. And that's key important for us as Pacific creatives, because we risk losing our data sovereignty. So with Web 3.0, we have the opportunity to not only share our Pacific work, but we also own it. And we can also benefit from this, which also is beneficial for our communities. The second point that we'd like to add is all about the value of our people. We are our greatest assets, and we have all key networks. We may not have millions of dollars, but our people, we are a form of currency. We all come together, we have different skills, talents, and together through collaboration and work, we can truly make it a special, especially for our young people. And lastly, what we shared about was really wanting, in terms of disrupting the system, is coming together and realizing the key importance of coming together for climate change. And if we as specific artists come together and focus on one specific issue, such as climate change, we'll send a powerful message that our people are important, that we are not sinking, that we are fighting to make sure that our land survives. Because if we lose our land, we also lose our culture, we lose our language, and we lose our traditions. Thank you very much. Kia ora.
Whawhatai lava, thank you, Felicia, and our esteemed facilitators.
Thank you, everyone, for consolidating that in such a very quick, a very poignant summary of everything that you discussed today. And I agree, it's absolutely the people, the people, the people, the people. So round of applause, not only for yourselves, but for our fantastic facilitators. So, the program, we're running a bit behind on time, but that's okay. There's still food out from the lunch today, but I want to give time to ensure that you in the audience get to grab the mic and have something to say in terms of a quick reflection, provide some feedback. So we're going to roll that. So if you do feel like you need to get up and get a coffee, cup of tea, something to eat, just get up and go and help yourself. But I'm now officially going to open the floor. We're going to have some roaming mics that both Paul and Ali will have. If you would like to say something, please raise your hand and the floor is yours. And you're not speaking to me, I'm just standing here because I'm pretty.
This is a Malo, lava, beautiful facilitators, thank you. So we're running a bit behind time with our talanoa. In the program, we were going to have a little music break and afternoon tea. However, help yourself to the afternoon tea. It sounds like it's more important for us to talanoa further. So let's use this next 30 minutes till 4 o'clock with the microphone for the community here to add anything further in our large group, everybody back here together. Is that okay? So hold your hand up if you would like the microphone to add any sort of thoughts. Oh,
Tau ilili.
Testing. Talabalaba, my Lord Lay. Sorry, just had to. I just put my hand up just to break the ice because I know how we are. We always wait until somebody goes first before we jump in. Look, this, and if it finds a home with you, my Lord lover, if not, it's food for thoughts. But yesterday during the panel, there was an opinion shared that having to learn your language can be a bit of a burden to you expressing your art. As a Samoan, let me say this. We have a saying in Samoan, and I quote the late Dr. Fanafi. Ale ai se ngana, e lei lo le fasino manga, ale ai se fasino manga, ua pole nuu. Without language, there is no identity. Without identity, your existence is of a dark place. Now, for many, many years, I've always watched from Samoa. I'm a Niuean who can only speak Samoan. That is because of, courtships that happened a long time ago. But there you go. Internal colonization, I suppose. But we used to watch from Samoa and thank all our New Zealand-born creatives because they gave us an identity of how to exist in a world from the little homes. And I'm sure it was the same for a lot of our other Hawaiikis, Niue, Tonga, Viti, wherever it was that we all migrated from. But one of the things that was, I can understand why at that time, we needed to present only a palatable version of our culture and our language for the Papalangi to accept us into their circles. But now it's 2022. We've proven our worth to this land, and so therefore, most of us are still drawing your art from our culture, but you're not investing into it, right? And I'm not saying or accusing anyone, I'm just saying, if you are going to continue to draw your art from our anganu'u and our culture, learn the words that best represent us. Just because the word talanoa is there doesn't mean we use it, because in Niue it means kosipa. But yet we have accepted it because that's the word, the Papalangi, and I'm not saying bad anything about Papalangi. Papalangi is also a concept and a realm that is foreign to mine. So Creative New Zealand and all of you creatives, as you continue to draw from our culture, invest into it. I'm not saying go and be fluent in your language, but don't borrow without replacing. We are a people who existed generations way before. Albert Wen said it best when I stumbled across his creative writing class. While we were navigating between one another, that was considered the Dark Ages in Europe. So who was the inferior culture? We had kingdoms, we sailed, we navigated. When Passport entered the Moana, all of a sudden we sailed less. Look at our history. There is a portion of Niue in Viti, portion of Samoa in Tonga, vice versa. And we did it without passports. So I urge you, as you get into your art form, Creative New Zealand, as you name these things, have a council of people who specialize in the languages, but also in how to convert our language into Whapapalangi, and how Whapapalangi can be converted back to us. Because for too long, we've always taken 100% of Palangi concept, but only give back 2% of ours. Why is that? We do not need to sacrifice that anymore. Whatever you call yourself, my main humble asking as a creative and as a son of a creative human being, 100 years from today, our kids are going to be growing into Russia to have a Tongan community. because we left 100 years ago to come here. So now we're about to leave from here to move into the world. And we're going to take to the world what our ancestors brought here. Songs, stories. So make sure the stories they take are the correct ones. Because I've met many Samoans whose fathers are the kings of their villages. But these were only the stories that were relayed to make sense of Aotearoa. So back to my point, don't just draw from your culture, invest into it. Not just through the language, but through your involvement in it. Humbly in Jesus' name. Now someone else can feel free to break free.
Whakawelahi maha ki tau ili ili, very great points. And I just want to make one point. Niueans learned how to gossip from the Samoans and the Tongans. Thank you. Next, thank you.
All right, I just wanted to ask a challenging question, which I thought was quite important for our conference today, and that is around the question of the urgency of climate in New Zealand. I want you to ask that question because I feel like it is something that is being pushed on our children in schools, in our universities, and also through advertising on television, things like needing an electric car. What Pacific families can afford an electric car in these times? I spoke and I listened to a scientist in a place called Balclutha with a large group of farmers. And he was telling us about how censored he was being with his portrayal of the climate change. And he had books and reports that he had written about the climate globally in our world, how it goes through ebbs and flows. So it may be warming up at one period and then cooling down in another. Yes, we may have some issues. It was brought up in our group about Fonterra, and that was a good point to bring up. But we do need our farmers. If we don't have our farmers, we don't have meat. And we're well known in New Zealand for our organic grass-fed meat. We also need our farmers who grow our food. So they are very important to us right now in this time. And right at the moment, I'm working with farmers to get spray-free vegetables, hopefully within the next 8 weeks, so that they can supply our community with a well-priced box of veggies and hopefully some fruit. And then we'll look at maybe meat and eggs and things like that, organic, if we can. So these are kind of questions I want you to really think about and go away and do your own research about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that commentary. Who would like next to say something? Ani, did I see your hand up? No.
Talofa, everyone. I'm speaking on behalf of the disability. My son is a student from Mapura Art Studios. I just like to ask a question that the disability arts, most of the disabled students, when they do their art, at home they keep a lot, and in the school they keep a lot. And if it is possible that Creative New Zealand can have archives on internet that they can keep their art safe on it. So in years to come, they can go back and have a look at it. 2, space on the internet for art exhibition. Example, during the COVID lockdown, we were preparing for art exhibition in a homestead studio, but suddenly it got locked down, but we were able to have it on exhibition, that the students' art was able to be recognized by the Joe Pack, I think it is Joe Pack, journalist. And it was exhibited, they had a magazine which the Pacific Arts disability work was being recognized. 3, protection over disability art. I'd just like to mention if there's a way that disability art of the Pacific students be protected. One, is it because there are some people here, they use the Art Pasifika art or the artist's art to get funds. Coming from the Pacific, they have no idea about what's happening in New Zealand. They are just proud of having their art and having it displayed, and they just don't know the importance of their art. Others come in and use them, use their art to have funds. And when they go to get their funds, they go to the where Pacific funds are available, and they use this art. Is there a way that they can keep these artists with their art safe in a way that when they have their funds, these artists are involved in whatever they're trying to fund the money to? If it's a project, these artists whose art has been given in, they should be involved. These people who get the funds, they should go back to these artists and recognize them in their projects. Yes. They also use this disability artwork to get those funds, and they're being forgotten. These artists are being forgotten. Wherever they go and get their funds from, those people who give out the funds, if there's a way that they can go back and look at these people who get the funds to see where the money has gone to, and if the Pasifika's disability artwork or art students are involved in there. How far are these Pacific artists are being used in those funds? There are some people I know who have used the Pacific artwork, the Pacific students' artwork to get their funds. As soon as they get their funds, these people are being ignored. I feel for them. What can I do? I'm an islander. I don't know where else can I go to. So I take an opportunity that I reach out, that the artists, special needs, Pacific students' artwork is being protected. Thank you.
Malo Pito, thank you so much. Great points. At the back here. If you want to come and join me on the stage, please do. If you want to stand at the front, please do. Or if you want to stand wherever you want, the time is yours.
My message is simple. And to this side of the room, we need direct funding into our regions so that we can actually have artists and hold them. Yeah. I mean, in Ototahi, we always lose anybody that wants to have a career, anybody that wants to show anything, have development, or even see our arts to everywhere else. To Auckland, to Wellington, and the people that stay have no access. We don't get to see our people living abundantly in this space, because this is our well-being space. So being intentional with the funding and how we can grow nationally, because every day I deal with people that have no idea that they could be an artist, or that they are already.
Hey, taki mata, Nina. Gosh, I never thought I'd say this, to see so many shy Pasifika artists, creatives in my life. Oh, one at the back here. Okay, let's go to the right here first, and then we'll come across here.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Kia orana, talo whalava. I'll just jump in before Papa gets a turn to talk. First of all, thank you, Creative New Zealand, for an amazing opportunity, and also Tautai for paying half of my airfare to come down here. It's so great that we're all here and talking about the next step forward and how we could support each other with our knowledge, with our experiences. So what I'm going to say is next week, Thursday the 20th, we're releasing the Ex Moana funding, and we've got a project in there for Siva-Afi to help support 3 Siva-Afi projects that will be happening in Auckland from January to April. So I see all your faces and you see me, so when it comes out, the link, I know you're going to be supporting us because you're here telling us we want to support our artists, support our projects, support, you know, the festivals that's happening in the community. So I see you, you see me, and I better see some money coming through next week. Whawhatai lava.
Hello, thank you. Over to you, Papa.
Kia ora ana tātou katoa toa. My name's Richard Cooper, and I just want to grateful to be here yesterday, today, and for tomorrow, and thank Creative New Zealand for giving us the opportunity to be here. I liked one of the comments yesterday, don't talk about us without us. And it's great today. We're all able to be here and do that together. But I just want to say that I think we missed a great opportunity over these 3 days. And with all our talented family here, there could have been an opportunity to showcase our arts over these 3 days. Would have been good to have exhibition, performing arts last night, a movie, or something, and so just a thought for the next summit. And the other comment I liked was the young guy that said, don't do it, his feedback that he got. And when he said that, it made me reflect back when I was at Polytech in Rotorua. Our HAD said, I said to him, I think I'm going to try and get into Elam. I heard Elam was the hard school of fine arts to get into, and I like a challenge. So I said to him, I think I'm going to apply to go there when I leave here. He said to me, don't even waste your time. You'll never get in there. They get like 700 applicants, they shortlist 150, then they only pick 50. And when he said to me, don't waste your time, you know, reminded me of that comment, don't do it. So, so I did it. And, you know, 2004, I graduated with a doctorate of fine arts. But I just want to just say I'm grateful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have another comment on the side here, please.
Whakalawhai atu ki Mutolosi. Hi, Liana. I've been sitting behind you. I just want to talk about 2 particular topics that came out in our discussion. And one was about reaching the I called it provinces, but local, getting to local. And I think there's some work that needs to be done and handed on to creative communities to do that job on behalf of CNZ at the local level. And I won't go on before I forget the rest. But the main thing is that we're often talking about youth, we're talking about what are we going to do about ourselves, what are we going to do about the future. But we need to support the Ministry of Education, because they need a lot of it, to design curriculum pathways from a very young age, particularly from primary, because that's often a government decision about where most of that funding goes to. So if we can be instrumental in ensuring that a curriculum pathway all the way to academic PhD level, and I still hold up somebody very precious to me, is Telesia Te Aiwa, is encouraging a lot of us to try and do that. Most of us never even conceived of the thought that creativity at that level was a thing. That's the main thing. And through this curriculum planning, that creativity is encouraged in order that we have a plethora of creative thinkers, bridge builders, building architects, all sorts of people who like to think of things as not only functional but beautiful and for places for people, but also the creativity where the visual arts and all other forms we'd like to have are also definitely on that spectrum.
Whakawelohi maha ki Auntie. Who have we got lined up next? We've got 10 minutes.
Malo soifua. My name is Tio Malu Norma. Very grateful to acknowledge Creative New Zealand for their mammoth efforts in responding to the last Pacific Arts Summit, and great to hear all the whakapapa and all the changes that have come about as a result of that. Just wanted to carry on from the mama's conversation about the protection of our mesina. It is a historical problem that we've been encountering. So as we're having these very in-depth face-to-face talanoa, which is much appreciated, as imperfect or perfect as it may be, it is still an opportunity to be in the space with each other in talanoa, which is an art form in itself. I wanted to kind of add on to the conversation of the IP and copyright issues, because it is something that is a problem for all of our creatives across the world. I'm currently in conversation with an organisation, Mahi Moana. I've been appointed by CNZ to be in a collaborative project with Manaki, which is about a 12-week program helping our artists to create sustainable business models. It is not perfect, it is a pilot, it is a work in progress, but we are now at the stage of creating an IP and a copyright model for Web 3.0. We cannot do too much about Web 2 and all of the bullcrap that went on there too low, but we can do something about it moving forward, especially with the intersection of new technology. It is a hard space to be in as creatives, so I take my hat off to all the artists and creatives here who at times have to wear multiple hats and play multiple roles. But if we look at orchestras, if we look at the ballet, they have a team around the artists. And I wonder if we will ever see the day where when a high-end artist or when an artist goes to do their most significant solo work, that a team of people are assembled to allow that artist just to be the kite, and that they have an anchor and a string that can support that progress of allowing their creativity to fly. If anybody is interested in being or part of the discussions with Mahi Moana, Incorporated, Manaki, CNZ, I would love to talk to you. We have a CNZ representative coming on board to help shape some of that discussion. And we also have invited Langi Mama and Pacific Island screen artists to be part of that discussion, alongside an international ethics lawyer and also a Māori lawyer dealing specifically in trademark and IP. It's important we have this conversation, because as much as we can create great art, it is still coming through the same Western colonized channels that have existed for years and that were never designed for us, never took into account the expectation of the protection of our cultural IP. So it's a long overdue conversation which I look forward to leaning into. Whawhitai lava.
Whawhitai tele lava.
Felicia?
I'm also mindful that we've just got our whānau who are joining us online as well, and we're just checking if anyone online has commented. And if you do have anything to say, we'll get Paul to read it out to you. But whilst we're all kind of just sitting here hanging out, if you see there's a camera there and there's some cameras at the back, can you all just turn and wave to them and give some love to our whānau at home, please, who are zooming in, waving. Awesome. It's great to make that connection.
One more question here.
Across to you, Ali.
Kia ora, everybody. First of all, I just want to say thank you to CNZ. This is the third conference that I think I've been to, which is fabulous. I'm from the way, way deep south, So not from Bluff, but from Invercargill, which is just 20 k's from Bluff. I just want to carry on with Matua Dr. Richard over there. I think this conference has a huge ability to connect people. The first conference that I came to was, I suppose, 12 years ago, maybe, I can't remember. But we had our little golden ticket with us, which was Johnny Penasula, who some of you may know. So we came and we said, we're from Invercargill, and all these people came down to Invercargill, like Neil Eremia, Victor Roger, Janet Lilo. They all came down as part of the Fresh Horizons Tautai program, which unfortunately isn't on anymore. But that gave us huge opportunities for our young people in the South to meet internationally renowned artists, because the people that we serve in the South, they don't have lots and lots of organisations to support them like they do in Wellington or in Auckland. So if someone's going to come down, we're going to have the very, very best people that come down. I also think CNZ, this is an opportunity for us to talanoa, but it's also an opportunity for us to showcase what we do. I'm an arts advocate. I'm the person behind the artist, supporting the artist. But I've already managed to buy some beautiful earrings and a book. And there was an opportunity here to have people send in photos of their artworks, little videos or whatever, and have them flashed up on the wall like an art exhibition, so people could understand and see the beautiful work that people create. And I've become friends with different people now because I've asked them, can I see your phone to see what you've got on Instagram, etc., etc. But there was an opportunity here, and I would suggest that for next time to do that. Allow 2 months before we have the conference for people to send, you know, photos, whatever, videos of their artwork, bits of their music, because all of you people are amazingly talented. And getting together, we create magic and more inspiration that we can grow. My dad, who's 83 now, who came over here in the 1960s, he came for a better life. That's still here for us. Never let other people tell you what you can or cannot be, because you can be anything you want to be, especially when we work together. The impossible is possible. I really, really believe that. So thank you very much, CNZ, but I would encourage everyone to make the most of this opportunity. Don't be shy, just go out there and say, I'm from Timaru or Timbuktu, and what do you do? So, kia ora. Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to close it very shortly. If there are 2 pressing reflections or feedback contributions, now is your time. No. Oh, one more. Over to you, Zach.
Talofa lava, malolele, si oto off everyone. My name is Zach Sokai. And I just wanted to commend CNZ for the summer. I was here 4 years ago as a younger person. I still consider myself young. And I also just wanted to acknowledge all the other young Pacific artists that are here today. I think that's a reflection of the increased accessibility. And I'm really, really looking forward to seeing the opportunities in which this new strategy might continue to better serve our Pacific people. I'm a kaiako. I serve out in South Auckland, Desau 1B. Any story you might have come up with, I have heard it. And what that really just means is that I really look at arts as the thing that helps humanize us and helps humanize our kids. My hope is that the strategy that is created reflects the very necessary need to humanize ourselves. How can we turn the kid that we fear, that we then criminalize, into the kid with a story that belongs and that deserves to be heard, and is here amongst us all. So that's really my reflection, and I really quickly, just wanted to mihi out to all of the hard work that's been done. Also really excited that the work continues. Just remembering that if the median age of our Pacific people in Aotearoa is 23 years old, how does this Pacific art strategy help serve this very young population. Knowing all of the cultural master knowledge holders that are here in this room and that aren't in this room, how do we hold the whakaaro that they have as the koha that it is, so that we can continue to, like Matsuo said, draw from our culture with context, with understanding. So that's my provocation, my widow, tulo, and whawhatai te lava.
Pawhetai te lava. One more over here to Mama.
Whakalawhalahi atu kia mutolosi. My name is Molly Pihingia, and I just want to say thank you to Creative New Zealand. 2009, Whale Pipihema Whale received the Pacific Art Award. And this year, I launched a book called Hidden Talents. Talene tanomia. We all have hidden talents within us. And it's a book about the coronavirus. I invited older people and young ones to tell their story. What was it like for them over the lockdown? So it's bilingual, Niwaian and English. So if you want a copy, it's only $20. And next year is a big year for us. We're going to celebrate our 30th anniversary. I started the group when I was 43. And the end of this month, I'll be 72. So you can see the difference. You learn things as you go along. And I learned a lot of things. I learned what it's like to sit beside older people and hear their conversation and learn from what's like to be in this country and what was it like for them to carry everything for us to this day. And I'm writing a book at the moment about the 30 years journey. It's called Heritage Journey in Aotearoa. And looking forward to have that launch on the 1st of April, 2023. And a big celebration at art exhibition at Mangere Art Centre. So watch out and listen out so you can come and have a look what we have produced. I kept all the artwork of older people in my home. So it's time to say goodbye to them and have them showed and sold them. I'm not going to bring them back home. So thank you for the wonderful opportunity to share a little bit. And thank you for Creative Communities as well. They were the one who funded us to do our projects. Thank you again. Kia manuia.
Whakawela maha ki Auntie. So that concludes, thank you very much for our reflection, and maybe I might just summarize it a bit. Today I heard language, identity, and the call for language advisory. I heard the urgency of climate change, talking about climate in Aotearoa, talking about archives safe on digital platforms for arts exhibitions, for disability arts being protected, connections across the moana, prioritising funding for these young peoples, and monitoring and the misuse and misrepresentation for young disability artists. Regional funding, allowing artists to live and thrive and be well in their communities and with their families. Across the moana, supporting that platform. Don't talk about us without us. Showcase our arts when we are in spaces like this. That notion of don't do it, don't waste your time, just do it was the message. Getting to local communities, talking about creative communities and the connection between CNZ and a further discussion around that. Supporting things, ministries such as Ministry of Education to think about curriculum arts pathways from the beginning of a learner's school journey right through to PhD level. the protection of our Mersina IP and copyright issues globally, of our Mersina art, that there's a copyright model being developed and that we need to continue having those important discussions, in particular about our cultural IP. Acknowledging young artists in the space to empower, build voice visibility, support strong foundations for young artists and creators, and bridging young people with all generations of knowledge holders. And the last message was to keep learning and keep telling your stories. Thank you, everyone, for your feedback. A round of applause for everyone that contributed their feedback. I'm going to invite back now Karen and Margarita. Karen's just going to do a wrap-up. Margarita's going to do next steps, and we're almost there.
Ooh, because there's been a lot of talanoa and deep thinking and talking today. We've just rejigged the program because I think we kind of need to leave the space and head outside and get some fresh air. There's been, thank you everybody. So tomorrow is day 3 of the Pacific Arts Summit, and Felicia will go through the schedule in the morning. It's half a day, but this, I wanted to just, I know some of our Pacific Arts whānau here are heading home this afternoon and this evening, so we won't see you tomorrow in person. But I wanted to just remind everybody, we mentioned it yesterday, that the Arts Council with the Pacific Arts Summit and Creative New Zealand are listening over these 3 days what the 5-year priority areas of action that our Pacific Arts community want under our Pacific Arts Strategy 2023 to 2028. So the next phase is, for the summit, you, Esther and the comms team will send out an online survey just to give feedback on your experience at the summit. Those are the ones that are leaving now. The beautiful mahi that you have done with the facilitators and the talanoa today and yesterday has all been taken on board by the Arts Council as well, and David Pennant as well is taken on board, and just welcoming as well Bonita Bingham, who's also co-chair of our Māori committee, rangatira on the Arts Council as well, joined us today. And all those notes and thoughts are taken on board. The key dates is at the February Arts Council meeting next year. There will be a draft going to the Arts Council for input. After February Arts Council meeting, there will then be an online survey going out to the public, including all of you here. And the next 5-year strategy priority areas of action will be finalised for the Arts Council to approve at its April 2023 meeting. Yeah? And implementation will begin from 1st of July next year. And the day before 1st of July, the 30th of June next year, we farewell our current 5-year Pacific Arts Strategy in terms of financial year. There is Pacific Arts email. You can comment on our social media, Pacific Arts page, email all of us. Our emails are all on our Creative New Zealand website. You can send through a note or email pacificarts@creativenz.govt.nz, those who have contact, or just call through. We can have a Zoom, a talanoa. So there are all those opportunities to continue having that input into what you would like us, the Arts Council, to focus on for the next 5 years. But other than that, I think that's the only notes I've had for the next steps. For those of you, we just want to send you lots of love and alofa for being here during yesterday and today, and beautiful hello to our young ones who turned up today. I know it was lunchtime. I was like, oh, hi. Well, we've got drinks after this as well. So Ali has arranged for networking Creative New Zealand drinks to be a bit earlier down at the Max Brewery on the waterfront. There's juice, there's wine, there's it's really networking and some nibbles, so everyone can head across there and that will be open from 4:30, a half an hour earlier, because you've done a lot of work today and you deserve to have a little break. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Margarita. Over to you, Karen, for wrap up.
Okay, stay here, Eugene. Okay. Okay, everybody, 3 things from me. The first thing is that it makes my heart sing to hear the level of commitment and passion in this room for our Pacific arts, so thank you. What I am still keen to hear more of, though, is what does different look like? If there are processes that don't work for you now, what does different look like? So we've still got a chance tomorrow, right? And it'll be really, really great to hear that. The second thing I want to do is that I want to give big thanks and a big shout out to our fabulous MC for today, Felicia Brown-Acton. Woohoo! And Felicia, unfortunately, she heads home tonight because she's off to Samoa tomorrow. And so she won't be, so Felicia, we want to thank you for your fabulous navigating of all of us today, and to mark your exit. So I'm going to try this for a second time, right? Is Lecky Burke in the house? Anamai Lecky?
Becky, come here.
Come over here, Lecky. So, come over here faster. So okay. So, it's only fitting that we kind of mark Felicia's exit in true island style by bringing Lecky up here to be her partner. Thank you very much to the New Ains for being the best Cook Island dancers in the house.
Ready.
Finally, just to close us off for today and before we do head off for our next conversations for those who are coming across the road, I also wanted to wish those who are heading home tonight safe travels. Again, thank you for your time, and I'd like to ask Alipati, where are you, to come and close us for today? Thank you.
Waro te kenda na masu, tamai ki mami lo malang ki mami, the wasom na masu, and ayalo ni wakapani binaka. Ki mami wakamundu o ka wakalangin langina ya damini, and a beka keden da samai bose rao na singa ni kua, ke na singa na noa, membaleta na songo binaka na Creative New Zealand, and Pacific Arts Summit. Ke mami kerea na nomni helo tambo ni baka saltai ke mami andu ndua nindandu I sukales tale non da vale I na bi banoe so I New Zealandi ke mami kerea na beka ke dengo onda sa mai bostaka moni na baka no taka mena ya ngana nomni lewa sa ne mami masu na ya dai chisu Kristo ameni.
Testing. Thank you. Hey, people, very, very sorry. Last noticed. Breakfast here tomorrow morning at 8:30. Breakfast here tomorrow morning, 8:30, and then we'll start. Thank you.